Exhibition Stock Dog Championships, the Sheepdog Trial. 2023 edition of the Stock Dog competition here at Exhibition. We've been here for nearly 30 years doing this Stock Dog Trial. We got 44 handlers that are going to compete before you here today. Once our crew is ready in the arena, we'll be going in approximately 2 minutes. 8:01, we'll get rolling here this morning. First handler that's going to be coming out, we're not quite ready for you, Justin. Justin Hozak out of Marwayne, Alberta. 44 handlers from across the provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba competing. Some of the top handlers you will witness today are top handlers not only in Canada, but in North America. You're going to see some of the greatest handlers, past champions here at Exhibition competing. Along this year, interesting situation, we have a bunch of new handlers. The youth is good. Coming in on the competition, first time ever at Exhibition. And so we begin. It's a 4-minute time frame. You'll be able to follow along on the big screen over top. Our gal is just working on resetting her clock here, but we're going to go anyway. Justin Hozak, Marwayne, Alberta, with his dog Jeb. 4 minutes in order to work the course. He's going to go down, gather up 3 sheep at the far end, bring them around that barrel, down around the handler's post, roll back. We got a bit of a mishap at the far end. We'll resort that out and start over. No worries for you, Justin. Anyway, he's going to bring them in. You'll see 3 sheep come in as a group. Once the dog is sent, or the gate closes, the time begins. You'll watch the time count on down. It's come down, bring them down to where the handler is standing. We call that the handler's post. They're going to turn the top barrel where the boys are with them sheep right now, and then down to the handler's post, reverse back around that top barrel, come down through the chute right here in front of me, and head over to the pen. You'll see the workmanship, the partnership of the Border Collie as well as his handler working together. The natural instinct of the Border Collie is to gather the sheep and return them to the handler. That is the natural instinct bred into these beautiful dogs over hundreds of years. There, we got them reset. Thank you, Campbell. Attempt number 2 for Justin Hozak. Campbell himself is on deck, one of our committee members here. The 3 main men, our arena director, Campbell Forsyth, Dale Montgomery, and Jared Epp. Justin Hozak at post. The dog is Jeb, Marwayne, Alberta. Campbell on deck, followed by Russell. Printed running orders are available up on the top concourse. If you look right by that beautiful Ford truck up on the upper concourse, Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association has a merchandise as well as information table up there. You can pick up a running order of today's competition up at the table. Dog has been sent, sheep are in the arena. Time is running. 4 minutes, the allotted time. Thank you very much. The fateful words that none of the Border Collies like to hear, but in the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier, one of the rules is no hanging and dragging on the side of your livestock. When the dog takes a grip, a hold of the livestock, it results in a disqualification in our competitive atmosphere. There are times when a grip is justified, and you will see that occur today when you get into a standoff with the dog and the sheep. There are times in the efficiency of moving livestock when a little attitude adjustment is required. All of these handlers get 2 runs. So we're going to run here in the morning as the printed program indicates, and then we rotate the order beginning with the DQs, the retirements, and then slowest time to the fastest. Campbell Forsyth now at post on course. CKF Mac. Campbell and Mac out of Ericsdale, Manitoba. Russell on deck, then Bev. Time draws to a close for Campbell Forsyth and CKF Mac. Nice run up to the mouth of the pen. All he's going to do is leave his points, pen points, on the course. He'll get the balance of his points. We'll get it from the gals and our judge, Jack Krieger. Pass it on to you momentarily. Next up, Russell Room and Jill out of Weyburn. Russell's been a top 5 finalist here at Agribition the past couple of years, as with many of the handlers. Our handler must complete all of the prescribed obstacles with at least one sheep before they advance on to the next part of the course. When they're going over to the pen, you have to pen all 3 in order to get your total run points. Good time, Russell. We got our first pen here at Canadian Western Agribition Stock Dog Trial. Good run for Russell Room and Jill out of Weyburn. So Russell will get all 18 points that are available for the run. I'll give you his time in just a moment. Next up is Bev Summer, Bev and her dog Meg. Beverly is out of Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan. We'll see many situations here where we have a husband and wife duo, both competing individually in the competition. We'll see Bev's many opportunities when you see both the husband and wife. Bev's husband, Norm, will be competing here in a bit. Kayleen on deck. Time draws to a close for Bev Summer. Bev and Meg, Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan. Once again, just simply leaving her pen points on the course. 14 points are available to her at our judge's discretion upon completing all of the obstacles. It's 1 point per each of the sheep as they clear each barrel, each chute, and then finally down into the pen. Total of 18 points available. 4 minutes, the allotted time. Follow along on the main score clock up above us here. Kayleen Forsyth, Warren, Manitoba, CKF Jade, the dog. Jade is on deck also, Jade Unruh, one of our new handlers, welcoming them. Kayleen, a veteran of this and top handler coming out of Manitoba. You'll see her and her dad both competing. 4 minutes, follow along. Welcome to you folks that are on the internet watching. Time draws to a close. All 4 minutes expired on Kayleen's run. Kayleen Forsyth, CKFJ, Warren, Manitoba. Seems like forever when you're standing out there, but it don't take long to use all of the 4 minutes. Jade Unra, one of our new handlers, coming to the post now. Her dog is Gail, Howden, Manitoba. Now the handlers, you have seen a couple that have been successful, able to get over to the pen. The handler, as soon as the sheep come through the chute in front of us here in the foreground, all 3 of them, or 2 of them or 1 of them, then they're able to advance over to the pen. And then you'll see the handler go and assist their dog. Prior to that, all of the commands and guidance between the handler and the dog comes from home training as well as the whistle and vocal commands. You'll see our handler, when she is ready, call for the sheep at the far end. Harvey turns them loose. Time begins when the dog is sent or the gate closes. We're off and running. Jade Unra, Gail out of Howden, Manitoba. Andrew Campbell, Andrew up next. Just like that, Jade Unra, another successful pen here this morning. Jade and Gail, Howden, Manitoba, all 18 points, getting all 3 sheep into the pen at the same time. We'll give you your time in just a moment. Test. Next up is Andrew Campbell out of Cypress County, Alberta. That's basically Dunmore, Alberta, that area where they ranch. Andrew Campbell and next at the post. 2:33 is the time, or pardon me, 3:28 is the time for Jade Unruh. Currently leading the way, Russell Room out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan, leads the way with the fastest time so far. You'll see times work their way down into that low 2 minutes of the top handlers. Andrew Campbell on course with Fly. Barry on deck. Time draws to a close for Campbell Forsyth and Fly out of Cypress County, Alberta. Andrew, a first-time handler here at Exhibition. Welcome him to the sheepdog competition. He and his wife competed in the big trial yesterday. Marcel and Jolie Vermette at the Ranch Dog Inc. competition yesterday. That all took place with the winners. Many of those handlers are competing again today. Barry Bremish and Yogi out of Deloraine, Manitoba. Coming up next, Jeff Von Deck. As I mentioned, the leading time so far is Russell Room and Jill with that 2:33. You're going to see these top handlers work their way down in. 2 runs are allotted to each of the handlers. They'll run this morning. That'll establish the running order for this afternoon. Top 5 advance to a sudden death final. Russell Room Barry Bremish on course. Jeff Von Deck. Just like that with time to spare. Good job, Barry. Barry Bremish and Yogi, Deloraine, Manitoba. Jeff DeMary coming up next. Barry's going to get all 18 points available for his run. There's 3 points, one per sheep going around each of the obstacles. They come into the arena, time begins once they get in, dog is sent around the top barrel. Curl over to the far side barrel, around the handler, down at the handler's post, back up through the top barrel, down the chute side, into the pen. Now the handler is allowed to advance with only one sheep through each obstacle, but one sheep must go through each of the obstacles. If you're going to the pen, you got to put all three in if you want to get your pen points. Lots of other little tidbit rules. You get over there, you're not supposed to whack the sheep or choke the sheep with that rope or your cane, even though you may want to. We've seen a situation already where a first run resulted in a disqualification, and that was because the dog took a hold, took a grip on the sheep. In the eyes of our judge, and that's why we have a judge. Jack Regier, out of Leader, Saskatchewan, veteran judge, stockman, and competitor, is the watchful eye here at Agribition competition. All right, Jeff DeMarney. Jeff and Riggs out of Cardston, Alberta. Peter on deck. That'll do, Jeff. The fateful words in the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier, the unnecessary grip on the livestock results in a disqualification. Jeff will be back. All of these handlers get the second run. We begin with our second run. We'll start with the DQs, simply in the order that they run. Forenote to our handlers, if you would keep your dogs off the upper concourse. Please do not take your stock dogs to the upper concourse, handlers. That is for pedestrians up there. Now, the Border Collie, by natural instinct, is a gentle, loving dog. Anyone that approaches, if you have children, they want to approach the Border Collies, please ask the handler first before you approach the stock dog. These are competitive working dogs. They are here to do a job. They do love people, but please ask the handler before you approach them. Peter Gonnett, the veteran competitor, many-time winner here at Agribition. The dog is Bob. He's won Agribition a number of times. Outlook, Saskatchewan. Peter Gonnett, the veteran competitor. Paul on deck. Just like that, Peter Gonnett with a successful pen. The veteran competitor, champion here at Agribition, does it again. Definitely going to be in the competitive running for our final five. Peter Gonnett and Bob out of Outlook, Saskatchewan. We appreciate you folks that have joined us here this morning. When you show your appreciation and applause for all of the handlers, they do hear you, they do appreciate it. We appreciate you joining us here this morning. Peter Gonnett and Bob, he'll be back. Next up, Paul Dubé. Angus is the dog out of Kelvington, Saskatchewan. Another one of our new handlers. Welcome here to Agribition, Paul. Great to have you. Peter's time was 2:45. That doesn't put him first, but it certainly puts him right in the middle of things. Paul Dubé and Angus, Kelvington, Saskatchewan, Sherry on deck. Look at that. Got to walk them in. Good job, ball. That time was going to be pretty incredible had they taken that extra step. Paul Dubé and Angus, Kelvington, Saskatchewan. Great run as it was. We've got lots of time left. Next up, Sherry Creech and Toad out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Coming to the post next. Peter Gonnett's time, as I mentioned earlier, was 2:45 from his last run. All of the points available, of course, all 18 points. 2:45 moves Peter into second behind Russell Room's run at 2:33. Both of those gentlemen were finalists in the final five last year. Great opportunity to advance. So it's cumulative times. We take run one, Peter's 2:45. We'll add it together with his time on his second run here this afternoon. That'll determine who the final five finalists are. This is Sherry Creech, now at post. Sherry out of Lloydminster, Alberta with Toad. Sherry was a finalist here in the competition last year, made the final five. She competed yesterday in the Ranch Dog Inc. Stock Dog competition. We're gonna get to meet Jolie running next. You're on deck. Time expires on Sherry Creech's run. Sherry and Toad, Lloydminster, Alberta. Expiring all of the 4 minutes allotted for her run. Now she will get the points on the obstacles that she covered on the course, but she leaves an awful lot of points out on the course. Sure, as I mentioned, was a Final 5 finalist last year. Going to be a struggle to get there this year with this particular run. She'll be back. Sherry's in with another dog later on. We'll see her come back up again. Jolie Vermette is next on course. Following Jolie is Chris. Jolie Vermette and her husband Marcel, they put on the big stock dog competition, the cattle competition, yesterday under Ranch Dog Inc. Many of the handlers from yesterday are also competing here today. Different set of stock, same dogs. Jolie Vermette, Chris on deck. Good job, Jolie. Jolie Vermette, J.R. Ply out of Outlook. Good job. Another pin successfully acquired. Time, patience, and skill. A practice that comes from home. All shows here in the arena with the working dogs. Of course, it's a livestock event, so it's a luck of the draw. Whatever Harvey puts out through the gate at the top end, that's what you got to deal with, just like working at home. When they come out, take what you got. Good job, Jolie. Chris Schmaltz will be coming to the post next. Chris and Nan out of McCord, Saskatchewan. Chris and his wife both competing here. We'll see Wendy coming out in a while. This is her husband, Chris. Chris more noted for his horsemanship, training and working with a lot of different horses down there and selling horses, but a mutual supporter when it comes to putting on the trial. Wendy puts on large trials down in Mankota. This is her husband, Chris Schmaltz. Aaron on deck. That'll do. Thank you very much, Chris. In the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier, that is enough fun and excitement for Nan for this run. She'll be back, but the DQ means, in the eyes of our judge and the listed prescribed rules, come back later. And we'll see Chris with his second run again. Aaron Culver, Piper out of Warburg, Saskatchewan. Rosemary on deck. Top 3 times so far. Russell Room continues to lead out of Weyburn with that 2:33 that he turned in. 4 minutes is the allotted time, and you can certainly follow along on the big score clock up above. Russell in the lead. Peter and Bob right behind him with that 2:45. Jolie, you just saw with her successful pen. Jolie Vermette and Fly with that 2:50. Those are the top 3 times. Always looks good when they're working their way to advance in. Aaron Gulver and Piper out of Warburg on course. Time draws to a close for Aaron's run. Aaron Gulliver and Piper out of Warburg, Saskatchewan. Another one of our first-time handlers. Isn't it great to have all these young handlers coming to the competition? I mean, it takes a lot of nerve to be able to step up here at Agribition. You're in front of all of you fine folks, as well as God and all these other top handlers from across Western Canada competing here. You want to have your ducks in order when you make it to the big show. Erin will be back. She'll get another run. Rosemary Curry is coming to the post next. Rosemary out of Payton, Saskatchewan. 15 points is what Erin got on her run. All she left was her 10 points on the course. Total time of 4 minutes, of course, expired. When we go to the second run, we begin with the DQs, and that's this afternoon, DQs, retirements, and then we go by time. Slowest time on down to the fastest. Those top times turned in this afternoon, the top 5 are the ones that advance into the finals. Later on this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, we run the final 5. Time has expired on Rosemary's Run, Rosemary Curry, and China. Our China out of Peyton, Saskatchewan. Next up is going to be Norm Summer and Bonnie out of Pleasantdale, one of our finalists previous years. Good morning, Barry and Lorna. Nice to see friendly faces in the arena. Thank you, Bev. Some of the fine folks out of that Medicine Hat area, good friends. Hope you had a great evening and fine supper last night. All right, gentlemen at the post here. Norm Summer, one of the finalists. Norm has one exhibition, his old dog, Lexi. But I tell you, this Bonnie dog that he has out of Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan, an awful good dog. Norm, one of our top handlers. Been involved in the Stock Dog Association forever, he and his wife, Deb. Next up will be Jilly. Time draws to a close on Norm's run. Stuck at the top of the course. Jamie Wagner will be next, or pardon me, Jilly will be next. Norm Summer and Bonnie, one of our top competitors. It's the luck of the draw on the livestock. This time it turned out not that great. Norm will be back. We'll see him run again. Jillian Overby next at post. CKF KC. Inwood, Manitoba is where Jilly comes from. We're rapidly approaching halfway through our running order here. In run number one, Canadian Western Agribition Stock Dog Trial. Sheep come bouncing energetically out of the gate at the far end. Jillian's KFKC on course. Jamie Wagner on deck. Look at that. Good job, Jilly. Jillian Overby, CKF KC, Inwood, Manitoba. Great run for Jill. Had the luck of the draw, a good batch of sheep there. As always with the livestock, it's a bit of a drawing competition. Next up is going to be Jamie Wagner coming to the post, Dale on deck. We'll get Jilly's time for you in a moment. Jilly, in addition to working sheep and and cattle, they also have a fairly large buffalo herd at home. And that's where it gets pretty serious when you're with them. You definitely want to have a dog and working with them. You don't want to be out there waving a cane in front of a buffalo. Jamie Wagner coming to the post. Another one of our first-time handlers here at Canadian Western Agribition. The dog is Cap. Jamie out of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. Coming down in my home country. We'll see a couple of deep south people in the next two runs. Dale on deck. Jamie Wagner and Cap. 4 minutes the time, 18 points available. Come in through the top barrel, do a loop around the other far side. Round the handler's post, then back up to the top barrel where they're coming in, down through the chute, into the pen. Easy peasy. Jamie Wagner and Cap. Time expires on Jamie's run. Jamie Wagner in cap out of Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. First time competitor here, stuck at the top of the course. We appreciate your support of all of these handlers. It's quite a challenge to come here for the first time. It's for real. It ain't the same as working them at home. Next up is going to be the veteran handler, Dale Montgomery, out of Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. We call him the king when it comes to agribition, running here in the championship finals. He's won agribition a total of 8 times over the years. He, along with his wife Dawn, live in Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. They've handled dogs all of their life, put on trials, raised dogs, trained dogs, put on clinics. That's one of the other things that I want to mention is on the upper concourse is the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Table. Tasha is sitting up there, I believe, and she's got information. But if you want to get information, if you're serious about working with, if you have a border collie, you want to train them, you want to go to a clinic, you want to know where to purchase, go to the websites, go on the Facebook pages. All of these top handlers have access through it, but the provincial associations, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and on through the list, all have a website. Great information. Watch and enjoy. Dale Montgomery, the veteran. Dale is going to retire. Things are stuck at the top of the course, and rather than prolong the agony for you fine folks and the dog, he's simply going to say, thank you very much. I'll come back another day. He'll be back. Things don't always work. I forgot to tell you the interesting story about this young dog that Dale has got. Recently imported by Hadley Roberts from, I believe, Ireland, Dale, or Dawn? Yeah. Recently imported by Hadley out of Ireland. They were at a competition. Dale was up in Hadley's country in northern Alberta competing. And the veteran handler said to old Hadley, he said, you know, before I retire from all of this competition, I'd sure like to have one more good dog. And Hadley said, take this young one, see what you can do with it. So there you have it. Dale's got the opportunity. It's not going to be successful today on this particular run, but there'll be more runs. And trust me, this veteran handler, if anybody can get him going, put a little boost on him, it'll be Dale. Your appreciation to Dale, the veteran. We'll see him once again in the competition. Jared Withage and Jake out of Monarch, Alberta is next. Again, Welcome to Agribition, Jared. Another handler here, first time competition, first time he's been. You can hear in the background the young kids coming in. Canadian Western Agribition is at the forefront establishing the children, school kids education program. That's what the noise is coming in. Jaron Withage and Jake, Wendy on deck. Time draws to a close for Jared Withage and Jake out of Monarch, Alberta. Jared, another one of our first-time handlers, and we have many competing here at Agribition for the first time this year. Welcome and thank you. We will see him again in run number 2. Wendy Schmaltz and Mark next at post. Mentioned earlier, we continue with our top 3 handlers so far, and the times turned in. Russell Room, time of 2:33 with his dog Jill. Each of the handlers gets 2 runs. This run, combined with what we do this afternoon, will determine the final 5. About 4 o'clock this afternoon, we'll be back with the top 5. We just encourage the teachers bringing in the school children, if you'd have a seat and not hang on the rail down in the bottom. We don't want you disturbing the competitive dogs out in the arena. Just have a seat and enjoy the show if you would. We appreciate the school program. Wendy Schmaltz and Mark, now on course out of McCord. Caroline on deck. Thank you very much. That'll do in the eyes of our judge, one of our rules. It's called a grip, when the dog takes a hold of the livestock in an unnecessary fashion. Our judge, Jack Regier, says simply, thank you very much. Come back for your second run later on. We get through our running order here this morning in enough time, we will run the DQs off in the order they occurred before lunch, before our noon break. At noon, a special feature at 1 o'clock. We have the parade of all the stock dog handlers and their dogs, along with the dignitaries from Canadian Western Agribition, as well as the royalty. Last night, Agribition's first Queen of Agribition was named last year. 3 fine young ladies, all competing for that. They'll be part of our parade of champions and handlers at 1 p.m. this afternoon before we make run number 2. Caroline Dirksen, now at a Killarney, Manitoba with Jetta, now at post. Ruth on deck. 2 more new handlers coming to us for this year. Watch and enjoy. 4 minutes. Caroline Dirksen. Time draws to a close on Caroline's run. Caroline Dirksen and Jetta, Killarney, Manitoba. Another one of our first-time handlers competing here. They all started somewhere. Many of them takes a brave step to start here at Agribition. You folks are very kind. The handlers appreciate your support. You hear and you see in the background the school children attending here at Canadian Western Agribition. Agribition has led the world of exhibitions in establishing this youth program. There's nearly 10,000 students come through here over the course of the year. They get an opportunity to see and to learn and to actually touch. There's a great education program takes place in the background. They have an opportunity to be around milk cows. They learn where milk comes from. They learn where their meat comes from. They learn about vegetables, animal care, and husbandry throughout the course of Agribition. Canadian Western Agribition, truly a leader in youth education, and we thank them for that. This program has been taken around North America. Many other exhibitions have picked it up and gone from there. The lady now at post is Ruth Warwick. Her dog is Roscoe. Ruth out of Strathmore, Alberta. We've got handlers from all three prairie provinces competing in here. Many of them top handlers in North America. Ruth, another one of our rookies, if you will, here at Agribition, a first-time handler, and welcome to that, to here. Curtis on deck. Caroline Dirksen, Jetta, is the dog, Killarney, Manitoba. Pardon me, Ruth Warwick, not Caroline. Time draws to a close on Ruth Warwick's run. Ruth Warwick and Roscoe, first-time handlers here at Intermission, Strathmore, Alberta. Curtis Knox will be coming up next. For you folks that are just joining us, there are programs of the running order located on the Saskatchewan Stock Dog table. Tasha has them. It's up by on the concourse by that Ford truck up there. Curtis Knox now coming to post. CK Bryn, he's out of Lakeland, Manitoba. Then Peter on deck. We're on handler number 25 of 45 handlers that'll compete here in run number 1 this afternoon. Run number 2. Time draws to a close on Curtis Knox's run. CKF Bryn out of Lakeland, Manitoba. Stuck a little bit on the course, not able to get all of his points. Curtis, just a footnote from yesterday. Curtis and Bryn are the maturity champions from yesterday's Ranch Dog Inc. cattle competition. So certainly one of the top competitors. Things didn't move along today, but you'll see Curtis back for a second run. All right, next up, Peter Gonnet, J.R. Poncho, Outlook, Saskatchewan. Tessa is up next. Here. Sorry on that, Peter. You get to run quite a while later. Tessa Burbeck and Brim. Sturgeon County, Alberta is our next handler at post. Tessa Burbeck. I mentioned earlier we got a whole whack of new handlers competing here for the first time at Agribition. Tessa being another one, Dave on deck, and he's another rookie handlers. Not rookie competitors or sheepdog trainers, just first time here at Agribition. Tessa Burbeck, Brim, Sturgeon County, Alberta, Dave on deck. Thank you very much. That'll do, Teresa. Tessa? Tessa Verbeek and Brim, Sturgeon County, Alberta. In the eyes of our judge, Jack Regier, we're not progressing. Let's move on and take an opportunity to come back again later on. David Sharpie will be coming to the post next. So the course is set up. There's 4 minutes allotted to complete the course. The sheep come in at the far end of the arena. They come down through that center, or around the outside of the center barrel, cross over the arena to the far side barrel, then down to the handler's post where you see Tessa was standing. Turn around back up to the top barrel, down through the chute in front of us here, and over to the pen. Put all three into the pen. It's a challenge. If everybody could do it, you all would be entered into it also. All right, David Sharpley. The dog is Nikki out of Wheatland County, Alberta. Barry on deck. Another one of our new handlers competing for the first time here at Canadian Western Exhibition. The dogs that are being used are the Border Collie. Origins up in the high country of England and Scotland. They are noted for their strength, their stamina, their intelligence, their ability to handle and move stock. Their natural instinct is to go out, as you see, gather, and return to the master, the handler. Time draws to a close on David Sharpley's run. David with his dog Nicky out of Wheatland County, Alberta. One of our newcomers here to Canadian Western Agribition competing in the Sheepdog Championships. Barry Bermish is coming up to the post next. Okay. Jamie Gardner, pardon me, changing the running order before you. The handlers have got it right in the back. Jamie Gardner out of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Her dog is Craig. Jamie, a trainer, handler down in that Shaunavon country in the deep southwest part of this province. Also runs the big Shaunavon Stock Dog Trial a couple times a year. Does clinics, trains, and travels, as do many of these top handlers. Jamie Gardner, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Thank you very much. That'll do. Well, that was a brief bit of exercise for Craig. A little too much enthusiasm in the eyes of our judge. Once again, the grip, part of our rule program. Unnecessary grips in the eyes of the judge simply results in a disqualification. They'll be back. Jamie will be back. She'll get her second run. Barbara Lloyd is coming up next. We'll be done in pretty decent time here this morning before 12 noon when we take our break. I think we'll have an opportunity. We'll probably be able to run all of these DQs off for their second run here in the competition. We'll run them off before noon and then take a noon hour break. 1 o'clock is the parade of all of the stock dogs, dignitaries and champions, as well as the newly crowned Canadian Western Agribition Queen, Adriana, the winner of that competition. All right, at post, Barbara Lloyd, Pearl Girl. Barbara, here's a hometown girl from Regina competing here at her own home show for the first time. Barbara Lloyd, Aaron on deck. Thank you very much. That'll do, Barbara. Once again, the run was brief, but that's where everybody starts, is a learning curve. Barbara Lloyd out of Regina with Pearl Girl. Her first run, and it was a short one. And once again, folks, we appreciate that you appreciate the handlers' efforts. Some successful, some not so much. Aaron Peters out of Lucky Lake, Saskatchewan is coming into the post next. RVR Jake. For those of you that have picked up a program from the stock dog table located on the upper concourse, you can follow along. You'll see that our very capable technical crew is posting the standings for run number 1 in between each of the runs. What you see on the overhead scoreboard up there is what is being seen on the internet live right at the moment. Great opportunity tell your friends and your neighbors that aren't able to join you here at Agribition. They can watch all of this live, as well as many of the other competitions and events, livestock shows here at Agribition. A program that was started a couple of years ago by Agribition has been fantastic around the world. All of these video feeds that you're seeing are available on YouTube historically. Next week you can come back and you can watch this same thing when you get home. All online. Go to the Agribition website. Time expires on Aaron's run. Aaron Peters, RBR Jake, Lucky Lake, Manitoba. Stuck at the top of the course. We'll get her points and time for you in just a moment. Caitlin is coming up next, then Kelly. Nine points for Aaron. Top points is 18 points. 1 point per sheep going around any and all of the obstacles that are prescribed by our trial directors. Jared Epp, Dale Montgomery, and Campbell Forsyth, our trial directors here at Agribition. They sit on the committee. Jared is the president of the committee. Great organizational crew, a lot of experience. They are the people that work behind the scenes tirelessly to make what you see before you happen. We thank them individually every opportunity. All right, Caitlin will be up next. Caitlin Jansen and blue coming out of the deep, deep south, McCord, Saskatchewan. Caitlin and her fine gentleman friend, Kirk Maustad, are part of the significant induction crew down at the feedlot in that country. Kirk was mentioning last night they got nearly 20,000 head in the feedlot already that have gone through processed. Kelly on deck. Just like that, squeezing them in, move them back a little bit, then she can close the gate. There you go. Atta girl. Good job. We'll get her official time for you. One of the rules is that you're not allowed to use that gate to whack the sheep with or push them in. You actually have to have the sheep have to walk into that pen with the power of the presence of the Border Collie and your able assistance guiding them. So using that cane and rope as a choking facility or whacking on him is significantly frowned upon by our judge, Jack Regier. Good run for Caitlin. All 18 points that are available for the run. Time of 3:54, just kind of under that 4-minute wire, but good enough that it'll look pretty decent. We add together this morning's run, the time. We'll add that to this afternoon's time. That'll determine who the final 5 are. About 4 o'clock we run the final 5. It's sudden death, all the marbles on the line. All right, Kelly Ferris and Nan on course now. Kelly out of Stephenfield, Manitoba. Kyer on deck. Yes, like that. Good job, Kelly. You betcha. Wasn't that a sweet run? You've seen a good one there. We've unfortunately had a couple of DQs and struggles on the previous runs, but not on Kelly Ferris's run. Kelly and Nan, Stephenfield, Manitoba. Great run. Time to spare. Just walked him right into that pen. Good job, Kelly. Nice to see. Young feller coming to the post next, also going to be competitive. Kyer Scott out of Carstairs, Alberta with blue. But that was a great run Kelly just turned in. 18 points, of course. We'll get his time in a moment. She sure looks easy when it's done right. 3:22 is time for Kelly Paris. That puts him up into, unofficially, up into fourth spot in the runnings from this morning. So these guys with the fastest time, Russell Room being one of them, this morning has turned in a time of 2:33. He will go last when we begin run number 2. Kyer Scott now at post, Blue the Dog, Carstairs, Alberta. This young feller has been under the tutelage of his dad, top competitor, and you're going to see Milton here in a couple of runs. But I'll tell you, watch this young feller run. He's learned well from his dad. In fact, he's beaten his dad a couple of times. Kyer Scott. Kalen on deck. Time is drawn to a close on Kyer Scott and Blue out of Carstairs. We'll check with We'll check with our judges as to decision on the shoot time. No shoot. Next gentleman at the post, Kalen Deuce and 10 Carstairs. 12 points for Kyer. 12 points in the full 4 minutes expired. So he's left a total of 6 points on the course that are available. 18 total points, 1 for each sheep going around the course. Kalen Deuce, Cardston, Alberta. Alicia on deck. Border Collie also on the course. Just a red factor, that's all. That'll do. Thank you very much. Once again, in the eyes of the judge, the unnecessary grip results in a disqualification. A couple runs ago on Kelly's run, Kelly Bears, you saw a situation here at the mouth of the pen where a necessary grip was required. And that's one that is taken right on the front end as opposed to the hind end of the livestock that you're handling. In the eyes of the judge and the workmanship, one needs to get the job done, and sometimes a little attitude adjustment's required, but it has to be taken on the front end. Alicia Adamson, Grace is the dog, Makwa, Saskatchewan. Matthew on deck. Time draws to a close on Alicia's run. Alicia Adamson and Grace struggling with that group of sheep to get them to come through the chute. But we certainly appreciate her. Last year, Alicia and this duo, Alicia and Grace, they were last year's futurity champion in the Ranch Dog Inc. cattle competition. That was all held yesterday. She was 2022 champion. 12 points is all that Alicia was able to achieve this time. Next at post, Matthew Govan, Jip the dog, Inglefeld, Saskatchewan. Matthew Govan, built on deck. Another first-time handler, and we appreciate him. Again, a reminder to all of the handlers, please do not take your dogs up on the upper concourse. Please keep your dogs in the lower area of the upper concourse. That is for people, and we appreciate the crowd that is watching us here this morning. Time draws to a close on Matthew's run. Matthew Govan and Jip out of Englefield, Saskatchewan. Again, covered part of the course, not able to get his chute or pin. Next up will be Milton Scott and Bob. Are out of Airdrie. Now we saw his son compete here a bit ago. Kyer Scott with the dog Blue out of Carstairs, Alberta. Milt, the manager of Thorlickson's feedlot there at Airdrie, Alberta. This dog, Bob, the veteran dog and handler, Milt has won Canadian Western Agribition, so certainly one of the top handlers. This past summer, there wasn't too many trials, field trials, that Milt didn't win with this dog. He's got a good one. Scott on deck. Thank you. That definitely will do. Trust me, these border collies have a mind of their own. Now, Bob is one of the veteran dogs, and that's one of the reasons that they sometimes just have had enough with a particular ewe, and they do a little, no, they do a lot of attitude adjustment. That was the case with Bob. I don't think that ewe will challenge him again. Well, maybe it will. Next handler coming to the post will be Scott Adamson. We just saw his wife a couple of runs ago, Alicia ran. Now I mentioned we're down to our final 7 or 8 handlers to run here. At the conclusion of those handlers, we got 45 in total. We'll then run off, we've got a little bit of time here before lunch. We'll run off our DQs and then we'll talk to our trial directors and see how deep they want to go in the running order. But our tradition is that we'll run all of the DQs and they simply run in the order that they occurred here this morning for their run number 2. And what they're competing for at that point, then At that point simply is day money. There is top four monies paid on each of these runs. So the top four from this morning, and currently continuing to lead the way was Russell Room with that early time of 2:33. Peter gone at 2:45. That was Peter's dog, Bob. You're going to see Peter come back. He's got another one to run here in a couple of runs. Jolie Vermette with time of 2:50. Kelly Ferris, that great time, nice smooth run, 3:22 that Kelly turned in. Jade Unra, 3:28. Jillian Overby with her time of 3:33. Barry Bremish and Yogi with a time of 3:50. Caitlin Jansen in blue with a time of 3:54. This is Scott Adamson and Gus, Makwa, Saskatchewan. Remy on deck. Got her done. 10 seconds to spare. Scott Adamson. Good run, Scott. Nice to see. That always makes interesting conversations at the kitchen table. No matter who wins, whether it's the husband or the wife, one of them beats the other. And trust me, there is that competition that occurs in every household. Certainly the stock dog competition, the working with the border collies, it's not a gender-based. Gentlemen handle dogs a little different than the gals do, but they all get the job done, and that's what the important part is, getting the work done. So 18 points for Scott Adamson. We'll get his time for you in just a moment. This is Remy Campbell, Remy Antique out of Cypress County, Alberta. Basically that Dunmore, the narrow part of Medicine Hat. Time for Scott was 3:50. 3:50. This is Remy Campbell Antique. Thank you very much, Remy. That'll do. The work is not progressing favorably. In the efforts here of continuing on with the program, we'll simply move forward in the eyes of our judge. Remy Campbell out of Cypress County, Alberta with teak. Brianna Bellwood coming up next. And thank you for your appreciation. Got your great audience. We're pleasure to have you folks. We sure hope you come back at 1 o'clock. We have the parade of all of the handlers. Special treat in addition to the newly crowned Canadian Western Agribition Queen. We have additional royalty, the dignitaries from Agribition, and we're led by the true sound of the Border Collie, and that is the Scottish Pipes. You'll enjoy it. 1 o'clock following the parade. We roll right back into run number 2 of the competition. This is Brianna Bellwood and Betty out of Vermilion, Alberta. Barry on deck. We're down to our final 6 handlers here this morning. We are going to be running the DQs off before lunch. That'll do. Thank you very much, Brianna. Once again, in the eyes of our judge, and the reason that we have a judge is precisely for this, to oversee and administer the rules as prescribed by the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association as well as Canadian Western Agribition. Barry Tomlinson is coming up next. We're down to 5, and then we're going to run our DQs. So we'll have a total of 10 at the moment DQs to run off. We'll run them before lunch, take a brief break over the lunchtime, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock sharp with the parade of all of the stock dogs. Be sure and tell your friends to come and enjoy it wherever possible. For you folks that are listening and watching online, our technical crew here is doing a fantastic job of bringing you all of the color and action from here in the Brant Center, Regina, Saskatchewan, Canadian Western Agribition. Year number 52. Been here a long time, and I can tell you that 52 years ago, it was one heck of a lot more winter than we're having today. Barry Tomlinson and Bell out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, another first-time handler. Brianna was, Barry is, and then we're down into the veteran 4 to remaining. Barry Tomlinson and Bell. Thank you very much, Barry. Things are stuck down at the far end, not progressing. We'll simply move on. Barry Tomlinson and Bell, Sherwood Park, Alberta. Thank you, folks. Sherry Creech and Cass coming up next. That's simply recorded in our program or in our score sheets as an RT as opposed to a DQ. So that just means that Barry's not going to run immediately here with the DQs. We will run all of the DQs before lunch, and then simply in the order of occurrence. So we're right back. Justin ran first. He'll be running first again. Well, at least he knows his spot. Young lady coming to the post next, Sherry Creech out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Cassie is the dog. This is Sherry's second dog entered in. Entries open at Canadian Western Agribition October 1st. They open online for all of the livestock exhibitors, including the stock dog competitors. Now that entry list of 45 opened at that time, and about 2 minutes later, it was full. The alternate, on the wannabe list, was posted, and as substitutions were required, some of these people got in. And that's the case with the final four here. They're the next dogs in line to come. Sherry Creech, Rosemary on deck. Time expires on Sherry Creech's run. Sherry and Cass out of Lloydminster, Alberta. 4 minutes of fun, frivolity, heartbreak, and excitement, all combined in one. Rosemary Kerr, or Sherry Creech. Rosemary on deck. Then there was 3. So when we begin the DQs, Justin is going to be going first as a heads up, but he already knows that. Justin, followed by Jeff DeMary, Chris Schmaltz. Just the same order of occurrence. Wendy Schmaltz, that's keeping it in the family. Nine points for Sherry Creech and Cassie. Rosemary Curry now at post. Hill 70 Chick. Rosemary out of Peyton, Saskatchewan. That Hill 70, that is Sherry Creech's dog breeding. Anytime you see Hill 70, Peter on deck and then Barry. Time expires on a Mexican standoff there. The will of the wool. Who's going to take over the power? The power of a border collie, the stock dog. They move their stock by the power of their presence. We call it the strength of their eye. When a stock dog has a look into the livestock that they are handling, the stock understands who is in charge. And from two standpoints, one from a bit of the willingness to move away, but the other is from a calming effect as the stock dog moves them in the required direction. You can just see the smile on these border collies when they come back to their handler. They look up and they say, boy, did I do good? Wasn't that fun? Gee, that was good. Can we do that again? They're a wonderful expression-full dog. Next handler coming up is Peter Gonnet, second last handler here in round number 1. J.R. Poncho, Outlook, Saskatchewan with Peter Gonnet. Now this particular dog is owned by Amanda Scott. Amanda down in Perth, Ontario, watching from down there. We appreciate all of the people that have joined us online to watch the competition being broadcast via Canadian Western Agribition. Last year we had in the neighborhood of excess of 12,000 hits on our website watching this broadcast. You can pick it up on YouTube later on. You'll get the same repeat. Peter Gonnet, J.R. Poncho, Barry on deck. Time draws to a close on the run of Peter Gonnet and J.R. Poncho. Peter out of Outlook, Saskatchewan, the dog owned by Amanda Scott in Perth, Ontario. Peter, the handler of the dog. Peter currently sitting in second place with his first dog, Bob. Veteran competitor, time of 2:45 he turned in. Russell Room still has the fastest time, that 2:33. All right, we're down to our final handler here in run number 1. Barry Bremish and Ranger, Deloraine, Manitoba. Conclusion of this, we roll to the top of the order and we run the DQs off. We're going to do that before lunch. We'll wrap her up here about noon. Take a break over the noon hour, 1 o'clock, come on back for the parade and spectacular group of handlers and dogs. Good job, Barry. Well done, very well done. No mistakes made there. A little escape coming out, but Barry did not panic. He simply held the gate, held the pen, turned the dog around, brought Ranger on the far side, rolled him back in, completed his course. Nice run. All right, we're done with run number 1. All right, we're going to take a momentary break here. We don't have enough sheep down at the far end to get going with all of our DQs. They're going to bring that bunch down. They're going to mix at this end and then return them up. All right, Barry's time was a time of 3:09. 18 points, of course, puts him in awful good stead. Barry been a finalist here a number of times. He's looking to be in again. We'll do what you said. Handlers right there. Attention to the DQ handlers that are going to be running here before lunch. We'll have a handlers meeting at the entry gate with Jared. So the DQ handlers need to come down there right now. The course has been changed slightly. We're going to do a figure eight up on the top barrels, and the second run handlers are going to have to do. This will apply to all of the second runs, which includes the DQs that we're going to be going with immediately. So if the handlers, the DQ handlers only need to meet down there. We still will have a bit of a handlers meeting before we run with the second trial for the rest of the balance. But for all of the DQ handlers, you need to meet with Justin back there right away. The course changed in the aspect of the course. What it is going to become is going to be a figure eight at the top end. So you got to rotate around both of those top barrels, come down to the handler's post and back to the top barrel and through the chute and into the pen. Course changed slightly. What you'll find, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that have been with us throughout the morning, is that the sheep, having been through the course, having been handled with the dogs, they get easier on run number 2. Easier to get around. You will see some excellent runs. We had our top time, Russell Room, with that 233, pardon me. Peter Gonnet with a 245. Jolie Vermette with a 250. Those are the only 3 handlers that were under the 3-minute time frame. After that, there's 8 other handlers that were under the 4-minute time lane. They were down in that 3 bracket. Those are the handlers that have a full 18-point run. In other words, they got their pen. They put all 3 sheep into the pen. That is the final objective. This is the idea of this, is to demonstrate the work, to replicate the work that we do at home, handling any kind of livestock, whether it be sheep, whether it be cattle or bison. Now we could bring a whole group of school kids down here, and trust me, 2 border collies will do a better job of putting them in the far end of the pen. It's just a fact, and that's not a detriment to the school children. It's just a fact that it's a lot easier to handle them with working border collies. Looks like we're about ready to roll here with the beginning of the DQs. So these folks that DQ'd in run number 1, they are simply competing for day money now. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 day monies paid out for each of the runs, but the real money and the prizes, the trophy buckle comes in the final 5. That's the sudden death 5, and that takes place approximately 4 o'clock at the conclusion of run number 2. We are going to be taking a 1 hour, not really a 1 hour break, but we're going to take a break here once we get these guys all run off. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with the parade of all of the handlers representing their individual provinces and stock dog associations, as well as the royalty and dignitaries from Canadian Western Agribition. We certainly invite you to join in the pomp and circumstance of that parade. It's one of the highlights for not only our handlers, giving you an opportunity to see all of the working dogs, but also to see for them to be recognized. So the time that our handlers achieved in run number 1 is going to be added together with the time that they get on run number 2 this afternoon. And that simply determines who the final 5 are. Obviously the fastest time with a total of 18 points, which means that they put their sheep into the pen. They are the ones that you're going to see in the final 5. And you're going to see many of the veteran handlers return to that final competition. Our top 5 right now: Russell Room with that 233, Peter Gonnett with 245, Jolie Vermette 250, Barry Bremish, you just saw him with Ranger. Last handler to go turned in a time of 309. He sits in the number 4 hole. Kelly Ferris, beautiful smooth run that Kelly had, 322. Jay Dundren, new handler coming into Agribition this year, 328. Jillian Overbeach, he'd been here before, handles the buffalo as well as cattle and sheep, 333. Those are the top group of handlers that have a great opportunity to advance. Jared has just given the boys the heads up on the new course. So what the course is going to be, the sheep will come in as they have been at the far end of the arena. They'll come down through the center of the panels, the center of the barrels. They'll do a right-hand turn around the far barrel, figure 8, come back around this near barrel, and then it's down to the handler's post where the handler is standing at their barrel. Return up to the top, loop that top barrel down through the chute into the pen. Easy peasy, no problem at all. Times are fast time currently at that 2:33, but you're going to see these top handlers challenge that time. There is a cash prize for the fastest time in the qualifying runs. Right now, Russell Room sitting with that 2:33. He's got his hands, he's got one hand on the cash prize, but it's normally surpassed for run number 2. Anytime you're ready, Jared, we're good to go. Justin Hozak will be our first handler coming out. These are the DQs, so they're shooting at day money, all the marbles in one run. Justin Hozak out of Marwayne, Alberta. The dog is Jeb. Four minutes the time. Time draws to a close on Justin Hozak's run number 2. The dog is Jeb. They're out of Marwayne, Alberta. Justin Hozak. Jeff Damari is up next. Jeff out of Cardston, Alberta. The dog is Riggs. Time expires on Jeff Demarney. Jeff DeMarney and Riggs out of Cardston, Alberta. Enjoyed all 4 minutes of their opportunity here in run number 2. Chris Schmaltz and Nan up next. Chris out of McCord, Saskatchewan. Unfortunately, both Chris and Wendy had the same kind of luck there. We're both going to be coming back. Chris Schmaltz. Thank you very much. Chris already knows that'll do. In the eyes of our judge, Jacques Regier from Leader, Saskatchewan, presiding over the festivities here today. The unnecessary grip, the hanging on to the livestock is frowned upon as one of the rules of our competition. Next up, unfortunately, is Wendy Schmaltz, Chris's spouse. Wendy Schmaltz, also of McCord. This is her young dog, Mark. Wendy is retiring, things are not moving forward. She, of her own accord, has decided simply to take your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, and move on. And we thank you for that. All right, next up, Tessa Verbeck and Brim, Sturgeon County, Alberta. A number of these handlers, this is the first time that they have competed here at Agribition. It didn't necessarily work out that well, but they will be back. This is how they grow. So Tessa, at post now. Sheep are in, the time begins when the sheep come in or the dog has been sent. Thank you very much. That'll do. We're simply going to retire as the work is not progressing. That's Tessa Verbeek and Brim out of Sturgeon County, Alberta. Next up, Jamie Gardner and Craig out of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. We're simply working our way through the DQs from run number 1 this morning. We're going to come back. We're going to take a break in between. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock sharp. All of the pomp and ceremony of the Stock Dog Parade. For those of you at home, man, you're going to get to see it live. It's not quite the same as being here, but I'll tell you, she's pretty good if you're not able to travel. They tell me we got 100 patrons watching it at the moment. Isn't that wonderful? Last year there was literally thousands of hits on the website. All of this live broadcast is put up in the archives under YouTube. You go to the Agribition website. You can pull it up from there at any time that you wish. This is Jamie Gardner, Craig Gutashanovan, Barbara on deck. Thank you very much. Jamie Gardner, things end in the eyes of our judge with a disqualification. It's called a grip, the unnecessary chewing on the side of a sheep. Next up, Barbara Lloyd and Pearl Girl. She's the Regina entry. We've got entries from clean across western provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. We have one entry from Regina, and that is Barbara Lloyd coming in next. Pearl Girl, the dog. That'll do. Thank you very much. Once again, in the eyes of our judge, the unnecessary grip results in a disqualification. That's Barbara Lloyd and Pearl Girl out of Regina. Next up is going to be Kaylin Deuce. Our trial directors have decided that we're going to take the break right now. It's 12:12 p.m. We will be back at 1 o'clock. At that time, we have 3 DQs to run off following the parade. We are going to have the parade at 1 o'clock. Following the parade, we go into run number 2, which will include 3 remaining DQs and then all of the RTs and the balance of the handlers that are competing. We work our way from the slowest time on down to the very fastest time, and that still remains that 2:33 turned in by, I gotta look now, Russell Room. And Russell ran 3rd here this morning, but he turned in that time at 2:33. So Russell will run last, and that's how it works. But that all comes back. You come back here at 1 o'clock. We're going to take a little break now, give you an opportunity to get yourself something to eat, take a bathroom break, say hello and visit with your neighbors. My name is Art Unsworth. I am your guide here at the Agribition Stock Dog Championships. For those of you that are watching online, try and get the dishes done, a little bit of work done, and come back here at 1 o'clock. See you in a bit.
Check one.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 5 minutes away from the parade, the spectacular parade of the stock dog competitors, as well as we have a bunch of royalty and dignitaries. 1 o'clock, 5 minutes to go. Gather around, ladies and gentlemen. We want to welcome you back to the Canadian Western Agribition Stock Dog Championship Trial. Special feature of the parade that is going to come, the parade of all the stock dogs. Eve Keller from the 96 Highlanders Pipe Drums in Saskatoon will be leading in all of our handlers. Eve, It's all yours. The sound of the pipes, back from the origin of where the border collie comes from. The Highlands of Scotland, between Scotland and England. The roots of the border collie. How appropriate to have the beautiful sound of the pipes here at Canadian Western Agribition. Following the pipes, man, we have got royalty from all parts of the country. Miss Rodeo Canada, Mackenzie Skeels. The special guest carrying the Canadian Western Agribition flag, I'm going to save that till the very end, and I'm going to let Grant introduce her. Along with the additional dignitaries, we have the president of Canadian Western Agribition, Kim Hextall, Sean Kilduff. Sean is the executive director of this. Cheyenne Catley, our livestock superintendent responsible for all of this. Kylie Beck, her assistant, works with all of the crew. Our esteemed judge, Jack Regier. Committee members, Jack is the judge. Committee members that are responsible for the volunteer work behind. Jared Epp, Dale Montgomery, Campbell Forsyth, Jeff Damari, and Kayleen Forsyth. Then we have the stock dogs represented each of the provinces. Peter Gonnet carrying the Saskatchewan flag, as well as all of the Saskatchewan handlers. The Alberta flag, oh, and this beautiful lady carrying it, that's Sarah Lambros. Sarah is the 2023 Calgary Stampede Princess, carrying the Alberta flag. How appropriate. We have the Alberta handlers and families and their dogs. And last but not least, we have the Manitoba flag. Manitoba stock dog handlers, and there is a bunch of them. Jillian Overby, one of the competitors and organizers out of Manitoba, carrying the Manitoba flag. As we listen to the beautiful sounds of the pipes, have a look down at the talent, the expertise of these handlers from across Western Canada. We are so proud of these handlers. Many of them are new to Agribition this year. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them all a warm welcome to Agribition. At this time, I'd like to call on Nanette Kratovich to say no Canada, and ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join as we honor our great country.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, all true, all strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Nanette Kragovich, what a wonderful job, what a beautiful voice and a beautiful lady. I'd like to call on Grant McClellan. Grant is our liaison here at Canadian Western Agribition, working with our committee and organization. Grant, take it away with opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Canadian Western Agribition Board of Directors and the Stock Dog Committee, I'm here to welcome you to the International Stock Dog Trials, brought to you on behalf of the Canadian Western Agribition. We have a lot of great new competitors here this year, so we're looking forward to a great event. So good luck to our handlers, good luck to our animals, and let's have a good show.
Thank you, Grant. I want you to take the opportunity to introduce, through the efforts of Kim Hextall and all of the rest of the executive of Agribition, they've started a new program this year. Grant, I want you to introduce this special young lady.
The inaugural Miss Rodeo Agribition, Ariana Dick.
We've been here at Agribition for excess of 52 years, and she is #1. The first time they've ever had an ambassador, a beautiful ambassador of Canadian Western Agribition, here this year. The crowning of it took place last night during the rodeo. 3 young ladies from Saskatchewan, all competing, all qualified. They had to go through the competition, the actual horseback competition. They had to give a speech, they had to pass a test, they had to pass interviews, and this was the best of the 3, and she says, I miss them other girls already. They were so good also. Eve, would you pipe us out? And ladies and gentlemen, as Eve pipes her way out, please put your hands together and enjoy our beautiful group of handlers here at the Stock Dog competition. Eve? Stomp your feet, clap your hands, follow in the rhythm to the time of the pipes, the beautiful pipes. We have such a wonderful group of people out there. The beauty of the princesses, the queens, but also the support that we find from the executive of Canadian Western Agribition, right from the president on through our liaison, the working crew, which is Cheyenne and Guiley, Sean doing the executive, we have our judge Jack. All of the committee members, they are volunteers, hours that are put in throughout the course of the year. And then there's the handlers, but the true star of this is the Border Collie, the working dog of the ranch. As they leave the arena, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause, not only for our handlers and our beautiful dogs, but Eve Keller, our piper, 96 Highland Pipers, pipes and drums out of Saskatoon. Wonderful job, Eve. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kindness and appreciation. All right, we're going to roll right back into our competition from there. And I thank you to the handlers, to Jared and the crew behind the scenes back there, getting it all put together and organized. It's one of the special color pageantries that we have here at Agribition. We thank Agribition for allowing the few moments of time that we take for this. Once we get our judge back into place and our timers all set up and ready to roll, we'll be going with run number 2. Well, we'll be going with the conclusion of our DQs. We got 3 DQs left to go, as well as the RTs. Now the RTs, the DQs, it was a rule calling of our judge, Jack Regier. Vast majority of them were just simply the dog took a hold of the sheep, called a grip. They were called off. The RT's situation was tough, so the handler simply said, that'll do. First handler coming in here in we're on round number 2 is Kaylin Deuce. Kaylin and Tan out of Cardston, Alberta. Kaylin DQ'd in the first round. Gets an opportunity. He's shooting a day money here in round number 2. Now, after we were all ready for all of that, somebody forgot to bring a few more sheep in. Well, I take it this is your first time, Campbell? All right, the boys are going to bring the rest of the sheep in from the band in the back, and we'll stuff them in the back corner and get rolling with Kaylin's run. Now, I believe there are more programs of the running order here for run number 2. I think they're up on the upper concourse by the Ford truck up there. Wendy and Tasha are looking after that. It's the Saskatchewan Stock Dog table, an information area that you can stop by and visit with. There's merchandise available there to purchase. Beyond that, just simply ask Wendy or the gals that are up there. They're very experienced handlers. They'll be able to fill you in on what takes place with the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association. All of the associations have websites. If you're interested, seriously interested, you want more information, you want to know where to buy a dog, get training, go to clinics, see field trials during the summer, go to the website or ask the girls. Every province has one. One of the new things that is taking place, the advent of technology, and that is online training. Literally Zoom classes that are taking place online. Jared Epp is one of the individuals that's actually conducting part of the course, but they're right across. Jolie Brumet, another one of our handlers competing here, is also teaching online courses. Go online, go to the website, you can find out all the information about it. The Border Collie dog is a working dog. They make a wonderful pet. Not all of them are competitive, aggressive working dogs. They make family pets. But I'll tell you what, you don't want to take one home and just leave him in the house and give him nothing to do, because he will find something to do. It may be rearranging the furniture, it may be doing an upholstery job on the couch, but they will find something to do. They have to work. That's what they're born and bred to be. Hundreds of years of breeding has brought the intelligence of this dog. They're noted for their intelligence, their decision making, as well as their stamina. These dogs are actually a registered breed with the purebred industry. Was finally recognized. It was a challenge over a number of years that associate members worked in creating this for a breed. They are not bred for color. You will see Kaylin, the first handler that is going to come out once we get the sheep penned here, has got a red factor Border Collie. And they're simply a color derivative. It's not something that's a target breed, but they're just a color derivative. Most of you folks got brown or black hair. The rest of us are lucky enough to be redheads. Isn't that right, Sam? Thanks, guys. I mentioned the running orders. I think they're up there. We've got a couple of changes, and we'll bring those changes to you in our printed running order as we get going with the competition. Now, the competition, we've had run number 1 this morning. This is going to be run number 2 that we're well into. Kalen Deuce is our first handler. He's the remainder of the DQs to run. So we'll go through the remaining. We have 3 more DQs, and then we have 3 RTs before we get back into the numerical competitors. When we get started with the numbers, it is Jared Withage will be the first number in 6 more dogs. He has established, he had 3 points on his run, he had a time, and we go from there. So we go from the least amount of points on up to the highest amount of points in the least amount of time, and that is Russell Room. All right, competition on. 4 minutes the time limit. There's the man himself, the legend, Kelly Brace. squeeze him, the time expires before you can get him in the pen and close the gate. Unfortunately, Kalen is going to leave his pen points out there, but he's sure going to take your appreciation, and we thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. You are so kind to our handlers. Next up, Milton Scott and Bob. Change in the program later on, Milt, you are running number 9 with your other dog, so you are in the program. We got a couple of typos and we work through them, not a problem. Yeah, but not with this, not with the other dog. Thank you very much. That'll do. That's what we mean by a grip. That was a gooder. Bob simply had enough. And he says, I take a hold of him. Brianna Bellwood is next. Brianna and Betty out of Vermilion, Alberta. This will be our final DQ from run number 1. All of our handlers now in run 2 in this situation are simply competing for day money. There are 4 monies paid out for each of the runs. But what everybody is shooting for is a total cumulative time. Top 5 times are in the sudden death shootout, and that occurs about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Remy is retiring from the competition. This is Remy Campbell. Apologize for that. Remy Campbell and Teak out of Cypress County, Alberta. She retired in the first round and is retiring again. Things are stuck at the top end, and simply for the benefit of the livestock and the dog, Remy is gonna say, thank you very much. I'll come back another day. We'll go home and we'll work on this, and then we'll be back. Remy Campbell, ladies and gentlemen, first time here at Agribition. We always warmly tease Remy about she's our designated import coming all the way from New Zealand. Her and her husband both competing here. You'll see Scott in a while as one of the competitors. They live down in that Cypress County, Dunmore, Alberta, basically out in the eastern part near Medicine Hat, Alberta, called Cypress County. All right, I think Barry is next. I'm not sure. We'll see who comes in. No, back to Brianna. Yeah. Brianne Bellwood and Betty, they are Vermilion, Alberta. Thank you very much. Brianne, once again, the fateful words of "That'll Do" ends the run. Brianne Bellwood and Betty out of Vermilion. In the eyes of our judge, an unnecessary grip calls for a disqualification. I think Dale's going to be next. We're back into the DQs. You'll hear our competitors using both a voice call as well as a whistle call. They mean the same thing, and in this situation within the arena, quite often just simply the voice call is quite sufficient for the dog to hear what they're being asked to do. Now, it's a partnership. The natural ability of the stock dog is to go to the far end, gather the stock, bring them back to the master's feet. Where the training and the partnership takes place is when they have to bend them, push them away, curve them around the various obstacles, bring them through the chute, and finally put them into the pen. Dale Montgomery now coming. He's got working with a younger dog. Beautiful story about this dog, Taff. Dale out of Maple Creek, Saskatchewan. Truly the veteran competitor. The most winning handler here at Canadian Western Agribition. This young dog that he's working with, an Irish import, they struggled with in the first round. Couldn't get him moving. Dale Montgomery. Dale also is going to retire. Things are stuck at the other end. He's simply going to take your appreciation and come back another time. Dale Montgomery, Maple Creek. Barry Tomlinson should be next. Barry with Bell out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. That'll be our final RT or DQ here. And then we roll back into the regular competitors that were able to complete. They were able to complete a portion of the course and get a score within the 4-minute time frame. We get rolling here. I'll give you the description of the course for this afternoon. It's a figure 8 around the top barrel, down to the handler's post, through the chute into the pen. 4 minutes. Thank you very much. That'll do, Barry. Our judge, Jack Regier, hails from Leader, Saskatchewan, the 96 Ranch. He's the general manager there. I've been there quite a few years. Just on the north side of the river, east of Leader. Jack, a renowned horse trainer. Oh, that'll do, Barry. Sorry, you couldn't hear you. The speakers in the Agrodome here in the Brand Center are all pointed outward. Handlers working on the floor cannot necessarily hear. No problem. Jared Withage will be our first handler coming in. This is in the regular score. Jared out of Monarch, Alberta. Young feller, first time handling here at Agribition. We've actually got quite a few young competitors competing here at Agribition for the first time, Jared being one of them. Time expires on Jared Withage's run. Jared Withage and Jake, Monarch, Alberta. All 4 minutes have gone by. 3 points total. Ruth Warwick and Roscoe coming in next. Ruth out of Strathmore, Alberta. Another one of our first-time handlers here at Agribition. We're going to go through about 4 of them in a row that are first-timers, but they're not alone. Rules are the same for them as everybody else. 4 minutes the time. Thank you very much. That'll do, Ruth. In the eyes of our judge, we're just simply not progressing along in the workmanship. We go home, we work on it. Ruth Warwick, Roscoe out of Strathmore, Alberta. Jamie Wagner and Cap, Fox Valley is next. As I mentioned earlier, these are all first-time handlers here at Agribition. It's a big step to come from home to enter into this big arena before all you fine folks and all the folks watching on the internet. What you see up above on the main overhead scoreboard is what is being broadcast live out across the world on the internet. The movement of Agribition, along with the wonderful technical people here in production, are able to bring you. And I must compliment and say to the cameramen that are doing the camera work up top, you guys are doing a great job of catching the action. Good job, guys. Thank you very much. That'll do, Jamie. As we move along, it will get better, trust me. As I said, the beginning handlers here, less experience, achieved a less score in their first run. They'll be back later. Go home to work on it, it'll get better. Next up, Rosemary Curry, or pardon me, Andrew Campbell and Fly out of Cypress County. Many of our competitors, Andrew being a fine example of that, it's a husband and wife in competition. Both of them with a love and a natural interest in working livestock as well as the Border Collie, competing here at Agribition. Andrew and his wife Remy, both competing at Agribition. This is, I mentioned earlier, the red factor. This is one of those red factor. Still a Border Collie, just got red color hair. Rosemary on deck. Time expires on Andrew Campbell's run. Andrew and Fly out of Cypress County, Alberta. We appreciate your kindness as an audience that you show towards our handlers. Not all of them are as successful as they wish, but they do hear and appreciate the appreciation that you give to them. We thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have a large contingent of you here watching us this afternoon as we're in run number 2. Rosemary Curry and R. China out of Peyton, Saskatchewan, now at post. As a small example, Rosemary brings in 9 points from her first run. Took her all 4 minutes to expire, and we'll go through all of the first literally 20-25 handlers all used up all 4 minutes of the allotted time. We get down to the final dozen handlers, that's where things begin to get interesting because they established they got a pen and they have a good time and they're looking to move into that final 5 sudden death this afternoon. Time expires on Rosemary's Run. Rosemary Curry and r/China, Peyton, Saskatchewan. So the objective in the run number 2, the course has been changed slightly. It's a figure 8 around the top barrels. The sheep come in through the entry gate. They do a right-hand turn around the far barrel, come over to the near side, circle around it. Then it's down to the handler's post, the barrel where you see the handler standing. Circle around that post on the left-hand side, right hand to the handler. Back up to the top barrel up here, around that top barrel, through the chute, over to the pen. All 3 animals in the pen, concludes the run at the closing of the gate. This is Carleen Dirksen and Jetta out of Killarney, Manitoba. Now at post, Curtis on deck. Pardon? Retired. Thank you very much, Carleen. Carlene Dirksen. Carlene and Jetta out of Killarney, Manitoba. Curtis Knox will be up next. Curtis comes to us from Lakeland, Manitoba, CKF Brim. The dog, Curtis Knox, David on deck. There we go, a successful pan. Good job, Curtis. Curtis Knox, CKF Bryn, Lakeland, Manitoba. Our first complete run here in run number 2. So Curtis is going to get all 18 points. We'll get his time for you in just a moment, once the girls get it tabulated over here. So it's 1 point per sheep around each of the obstacles. Now, one sheep has to clear each of the obstacles in order to advance on to the next one. But when you get over to the pen, all 3 have to go into the pen in order to get your final score. So he's got all 18 points. We'll get his time for you. .253 the time for Curtis Knox. Awful good time. Fast time this morning was 2:33. This is David Sharpley and Nikki out of Wheatland County, Alberta. Now on course. Aaron on deck. Thank you very much, David. You missed the course up at the top barrel up there, so been called off due to off the course. The prescribed course is come down through the middle of the barrel when they come out through the entry gate, through the middle, over to the far side, circle around that barrel, come back to the near side barrel, around the top of the near barrel, down to the handler's post, and they go around the right-hand side of the handler's post, back up to the top barrel, circle it, come back down the chute, over into the pen. Figure 8 at the top, loop the handlers, loop the top barrel, back the chute, through the barrel. Sounds easy. Not all the handlers remember which way to go. Easy to get confused when they're out there. Aaron Peters now at post. RVJ Jack. Lucky Lake, Saskatchewan. Sherry on deck. That'll do. Thank you very much, Aaron. Aaron Peters, RBJ Jack, Lucky Lake, Saskatchewan. There will be another day DQing out. Sherry Creech and Cassie is going to be coming in next. Pardon me, Kayleen is going to be before Sherry. This is Sherry Creech out of Lloydminster. Thank you very much. Pretty obvious when the dog goes for a ride, when they take a hold of the stock, our judge thinks, Kelly, I think she was pointing that cane at you. Anyway, Sherry Creech, the extended grip results in a disqualification. On to Kayleen Forsyth. Kayleen out in CKF Jade out of Warren, Manitoba. All right, we've moved up to one level. These handlers, this next group of handlers all got 12 points, which means they cleared 3 of the barrels but weren't able to get through their chute. They got that far. The previous group of handlers all had 9 points. They only cleared 3 of the obstacles. Still taking the 4-minute time frame. And we got a whole bunch of these handlers did this. Look at that girl work. Kayleen Forsyth. Warren, Manitoba with CKF Jade. I tell you, she had them shaking in her boots as she closed the gate and corralled the sheep into the pen. So there's all 18 points. That's our second completed run. I told you folks that were here this morning that we were going to have better runs this afternoon. The sheep and the dogs all kind of get used to each other, and away they go. Curtis Knox with our first 18 point in the second run. So it's 1 point per. All right, sure. Norm Summer now coming to the post. Norm with his dog, Bonnie. Norm out of Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan. This gentleman here is a previous champion here at Canadian Western Agribition. He'll hustle. Good job, Norm. Norm Summer, 2 in a row. Norm Summer and Bunny, he's a past champion. Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan. Good job, Norm. 18 points once again, 1 point per sheep. Got them all into the pen. .242, Norm's time. We're getting quicker, 240. Now at post, Kyer Scott, Kyer and Blue, Carstairs, Alberta. Alicia on deck. So these gentlemen are all bringing 12 points in to the competition. As I say, they're shooting for day money. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kier. Once again, in the eyes of the judge, the unnecessary grip results in a disqualification. We move on to Alicia Adamson, will be our next handler coming to the post. Alicia Adamson and her husband both competing here in the exhibition trial. Grace is her dog, Makwa, Saskatchewan, where their home is. Alicia brings 12 points in, 4 minutes from the previous run. Matthew on deck. Time draws to a close on Alicia's run. All 4 minutes. Alicia Adamson, Grace, Makwa, Saskatchewan. You're going to see your husband coming here in a little while. He did a little better than Alicia did. Usually it's the other way around. Can you imagine the conversations at the kitchen table when you have a husband and wife both competing? The gentlemen compete slightly different than the ladies do when they're handling, but the end result, it'll go either way. And kids, the teachers that have brought all of these wonderful students into the education program, we just encourage you to be a little less enthusiastic in your cheering during the runs. It's difficult for the dogs to hear the commands that they're being given. So if you could just be a little quieter during the runs. At the conclusion of the run, you whoop and holler and congratulate our handlers and wish them well on their next run. Matthew Gobin now at post. Jip the dog, Inglefeld, Saskatchewan. Rosemary on deck. Time has expired for Matthew Govan. Matthew Govan and Jip out of Engelfeld, Saskatchewan, completing their run. And thank you for your kindness and appreciation as you show it to the handlers. Next up, Rosemary Curry. Rosemary and her dog is Hill 70 Chick. They're out of Payton, Saskatchewan. These are the final two that have a 12-point run from their first run. All 4 minutes expired. And then we roll into the people that had 15. What that means is they got all 3 sheep around and through the chute, but weren't able to get their pen. We're rapidly working our way down to the top contenders that were able to get a pen this morning. That's where it gets interesting. Watch and enjoy Rosemary Curry and Hill 70 Chick. Just like that, Rosemary Curry walks him into the pen. Just like slipping a glove on. Rosemary Curry, Payton, Saskatchewan, and Hilltop 70. Hill 70 Chick. Rosemary Curry, all 18 points. We'll add that together with the 12 that she had, give her a total of 30. Time of 3:15, her total time on the run. 4 minutes allotted to cover all of the course. Rosemary did it in 3:15. Now we're still working on the handlers that had 12 points from their first run, so gonna be a bit here before we get serious. When we get down to the last 10 handlers, 12 handlers that were able to get a pen this morning, that's where it matters. What we're headed towards is the top 5. Top 5 handlers advance to a sudden death final, and that takes place approximately 4 o'clock. They move into that sudden death, and all at this time, the 2 runs, it establishes the running order. This gentleman coming to the post next, Peter Gonnet, J.R. Poncho from Outlook, Saskatchewan, is where the duo comes from. J.R. Poncho is owned by Amanda Scott out of Perth, Ontario. Peter Gonnet, the handler of this dog. Top handler, younger dog. Good job, Peter. Peter Gonnet successfully completing his pen. I mentioned it's a young dog, J.R. Poncho, owned by Amanda Scott out of Perth, Ontario. But you put it in the hands of a veteran handler, and look what's going to happen. Got him in the pen, sweet as could be. Peter is a past champion here at Agribition. He's got a good shot at winning it once again. He'll be in the competitive field. As Peter said earlier before we began, visiting be at halftime, you know, I've come into here in first place and I've walked out of here in last place. Kind of a luck of the draw, drawing on the stock. Whatever comes through that gate down at the far end is what you got to deal with. Sometimes they're in a good mood. Sometimes they're sort of like the mother-in-law. You never know. Aaron Culver now at post with Piper. Warburg, Saskatchewan. Time draws to a close on Aaron's run. Aaron Gulliver looking at the pen, but no cigar. Aaron Gulliver, Wartburg, Saskatchewan, and Piper. 15 points. Next up should be Bev Summer and Meg, I believe. Does that sound right, guys? Good. Thanks, Jared. Thank you, Jared. Sherry Creech is going next with her dog Toad. Lloydminster, Alberta. Her and her husband Bill operate a large purebred operation up there. Now joined by a son-in-law, Rebecca's new husband. Sherry Creech and Toad out of Lloydminster. Good job, Sherry. Sherry Creech completing a successful run. Always feels good. You can walk out of Agribition. First run didn't go that well. This one went much, much better. Sherry is at that level. She was one of the top 5 last year coming into the Final 5 Sudden Death Showdown. Ain't going to make it this year, but it sure feels good when you get a pen like that. Successful run. Her and Toad, veteran dog, good handler. We appreciate them coming back on run number 2. Sherry Creech, ladies and gentlemen. Nice finish, Sherry. Good job. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I have no idea who's coming in next, but I think it's Beverly. Yes, it is. Bev Summer and Meg out of Pleasantdale, Saskatchewan. Bev also had 15 points. What that means is we're still dealing with the handlers run number 1. They did not get their pen, so they didn't have the completed points. They're shooting a day money and fast time. Got to be down in that 2-minute bracket, low 2s, if you want to advance into the sudden death final 5. Should be Campbell, I think, next. Thank you very much. Beverly already knows it, and so does Meg. You know, sometimes the border collies, they just think far enough, nah, I really don't feel like it. If I just chew on them a little bit, I can go back into the back. It happens. Campbell Forsyth coming up next, I believe. Yes. Campbell is one of our committee members, volunteers, does a significant part of the background work in behind the scenes. We've got his good wife Molly down here working on the table, part of our clerking crew. In a hurry to close the gate, Campbell Forsyth. Well done, Campbell. Another successful run, all 18 points. The unfortunate part was that Campbell didn't get his Now I believe that Paul Dubé is our next handler to go. And then we move into the big ones. Yeah, Paul Dubé. Paul DeBay, a veterinarian, first-time handler here at Agribition, competing. His dog is Angus. Kelvington, Saskatchewan is the hometown. Paul took a bit of a shortcut around one of the barrels in the first run, so he only got 16 points out of the possible 18. He was able to get his pen, just missed a couple of other points that were out there. After this, we roll right into our big 18s. Thank you very much, Paul. You're off the course. Missed the course on a turn. Gets complicated when you get out there. Paul DeBay, he'll take your appreciation. First time here. Good effort. You'll have to come back. Good handler there. All right, now we're into the 18s. Caitlin Jansen will be our first 18 runner. When I say by the 18, that means that they got their pen. All the remaining handlers all got a pen in run number 1. All of these handlers have a great opportunity. The cumulative time and score, they have to pen in this if they have any hopes of advancing into the final 5. It's then based on time. All of them had a pen before, got to get another pen. Added the 2 times together, Caitlin comes in with a time of 3:54, so just under that 4-minute time frame. Add the 2 times together, Fast 5 are the ones going into the sudden death final. Time expires on a good run for Caitlin. Didn't turn out as good as she wished, but Caitlin Jansen, McCord, Saskatchewan, her dog Blue. Not going to be in the final five, but yeah, next year's another year. Barry Bremish and Yogi, Deloraine, Manitoba, coming to the post next. Thank you. Scott's up next. Guys are rotating the order back behind the chutes. Scott Adamson and Gus out of Makwa, Saskatchewan. We saw his wife, Alicia, competing earlier. Today it's Scott's turn. He had a better run than his wife did. Time draws to a close for Scott Adamson, Scott and Gus out of Makwa, Saskatchewan. It's kind of a mercy killing at the end of the clock. Things were not going well. There was one radical in the bunch that didn't want a bit of a separatist there. I'm not sure if he was from Quebec or not. Regardless, next up, Barry Bremish, Deloraine, Manitoba. We're getting her narrowed down. There was only 10 handlers had a full 18 points from this morning. We've already narrowed it down. 3 of them ain't going to come into the final 5, so that makes pretty good odds on those folks. Those of you that have been with us all afternoon, you're seeing some of the best handlers coming here to the forefront now. These top handlers have all been successful in run number 1. Barry truly one of them. Barry's actually got 2 dogs that we was successful, able to get the sheep into the pen. He's been into the final 5. He's never won her all, but he's got a great crack at it this year. Barry Bremish, Deloraine, Manitoba with Yogi. Time expires just after he makes it through the chute. So he'll get his 15 points, but not what Barry wanted. Dang, them old sheep are getting cranky. Jade Unruh will be coming in next. Jade out of Howden, Manitoba. Everybody's got 18 points from run number 1. Jade coming in, he's got a time of 3:28 is what he had on his first run. That's going to combine with whatever he achieves on this. Jillian Overby instead of Jade. Jillian Overby, Inderwood, Manitoba, CKF KC. Jilly also at 18. Brings a time of 3:33 in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jilly. Jillian Overby, unfortunately, the grip takes her from out of the competition. We are thinning them down, I'll tell you what. This is Jade Unruh with Gale, Howden, Manitoba. We've got a Manitoba run here for 4 handlers in a row, Jillian, Jade, Kelly, and Barry. It's going to be Manitoba versus Saskatchewan as we come to our final group of handlers. Top 3 of the past 3 all are out of Saskatchewan, and we'll see them in a few moments. 6 to go. Time draws to a close for Jade's run. Them sheep sure have an allergy to that chute until after the pin or after the time expires. Been a tough number of runs here, like any livestock competition. It depends on cooperation of the other part of the competition, and that is the sheep. That was Jade Unruh and Gail out of Houghton, Manitoba. Kelly Paris, he's up next. Well, Kelly, for those of you that were here earlier and saw his run, it was a beautiful, smooth run. Kelly covered the complete course, able to get him penned in a time of 3:22. That was just a nice time, a nice run, and pleasure to watch one like that. Barry will be back next. Time expires, unfortunately, looking at the pen. Oh, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but didn't. Kelly Paris, ladies and gentlemen. Kelly and Nan out of Stephenville, Manitoba. We're down to 4 handlers now. Right now, anybody that gets their chute is looking awful good. Barry Bremish now at post. Dog is Ranger, Deloraine, Manitoba. This is the last of the Manitoba crew, and then we move over to Saskatchewan for the final 3. Jolie on deck. All you got to do is close the gate. Barry Bremish and Ranger, Deloraine, Manitoba. That is our first successful pen in a while. My goodness sakes. Glad to see. That'll move Barry into the finals. That's our first 36er to come along. Pen both runs. First run, second run. Total time of 6:16 after 2 runs. Total of 18 points. He got all of the obstacles cleared throughout the entire course. Good run. All right, we got 3 more handlers to go. Jolie Vermette is next. Jolie, Peter, and Russell. Barry's looking awful good with that 3-minute and 7-second run there. That'll put him into the final. The question mark becomes, who of the 33s are going to make it in? 3 different fellows. You saw Kelly Ferris run. You saw Barry Bremish earlier with his other dog, and Campbell Forsyth. All of them have 33 points. They didn't get their pen the second time. Joey Vermette, J.R. Fly from Outlook, Saskatchewan. Great opportunity for Jolie here to advance. All you got to do is get good time, get a pen, you're in. That'll do. Thank you very much. And so ends the hopes and the dreams for Jolie. Jolie Vermette and J.R. Fly at Outlook. Dang. Down to two more. The guys with the 33s are all anxiously waiting to see how many of them are going to get into the final five, the sudden death. What we're going to do, it'll take us a moment just to reset and get everybody organized following two more runs. Then we'll know who our final five are in. Once we got our final five established, boys, our trial directors make their final decision. On the course, we'll roll right into our final five, our sudden death. As I mentioned, about 4 o'clock, we're going to get going with the final five. Right now, Barry is the only one in, Barry and Ranger, with their 2 successful pens. Looks awful good. And we got 3 fellers sitting, or 3 handlers sitting on the bubble with 33s. Which means they didn't get the pen on the second go-around. Campbell Forsyth being one of them, Barry with his other dog, and Kelly Ferris. All going to depend on these last 2 runs right here. Peter Gonnett and Bob, previous champion. Peter has won this trial. Peter's won it 5 times already over the years. Last year's champion with his old dog Moss. You know the level of handler that he is. Great opportunity. Got him. Oh, I'll tell you what, he had 1 minute and 20 seconds looking at that pen. I thought he had lots of time, and man, I'll tell you what, he used her up too. Peter Gonnet and Bob, Outlook, Saskatchewan. Now, he dropped 1 point over here at the chute, but all Peter was concerned about was qualifying. He's got 17 points, not all 18 going into it, but he got his time on the end. So that 35 will put him into the finals. And then there was one, Russell Room. Now this gentleman right here had the fast time. Russell hasn't won this trial yet, but I'll tell you, he's been in the final 5 quite a number of times. Great opportunity for Russell to move back into it once again. You can't win if you ain't in the final 5. Last man to go right now. Then we'll know. Russell Room, Jill out of Weyburn.
Big steps, man.
Thank you very much. That'll do. Poor way to end up, Russell Room and Jill out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. You'll take your applause, but no prize. Had a tough draw there. He had one in the pack that just absolutely challenged the dog to no end. So our final five has been set. Yogi made it in, so Barry actually did make it in with two. Barry Bremish with Ranger comes in the number one hole at total time of 6:16. Peter Gonnet and Bob comes in the number two. Peter, as you saw, took an educated, challenging guess, dropped 1 point over here, but qualified in the second place. Third place, Campbell Forsyth and Mac coming in. Kelly Parrish, a nice smooth run, a bit more of a challenge than the second time. Barry Bremish and Yogi coming in with his second dog. That'll be number 5. Now we reverse the order. So Barry runs first and Barry runs last. Kind of a simple deal. Once the crew is ready to go over at that end, Barry will be first with Yogi, then Kelly Parrish and Nan, Campbell Forsyth and Mac, Peter Gonnet and Bob, and finally Barry back with Ranger, dog number 2. The course is going to be basically the same. The time is the same. Judging is the same. For you folks that have remained with us here all afternoon, we're down to our final 5. We are about to go with our sudden death finals here. Soon as Barry is ready, we'll get rolling. It's the same course, the same time frame. The only difference is now it's sudden death. All the marbles. None of the scores from the previous matter. All that they mattered was to establish the running order for our final 5. This is Barry Bremish with his first dog coming into the finals. Has 2 dogs in. You know right away that makes a top handler when you can get 2 dogs into the final. Competing against an elite field like we have here. Barry out of Deloraine, Manitoba. The dog is Yogi. You'll see him back with his top dog, Ranger. He will run last. They just want to go in that pen for Barry today. Barry Bremish and Yogi, Deloraine, Manitoba. Another good run in a row. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I tell you what, he's going to be hard to beat. Barry's got 2 dogs in the final. He's coming in with the top dog at Ranger. .238 Barry's time. The challenge is on. You get down in that bottom 2 minutes, man, it's going to look awful good. All right, this gentleman had a real smooth run in the first go. A little tougher sheep with the second go. This is Kelly Ferris. Time comes to an end on Kelly's run. All 4 minutes expired and still stuck at the mouth of the pen. Tough go for Kelly. A lot of patience and perseverance showed there, but he just had a tough group of sheep. They were stuck. They were stuck in the wool like a burr in the wool. Ain't gonna win her this year, but he'll be back next year. Kelly Paris, ladies and gentlemen, comes to us out of Stephenfield, Manitoba. The dog is Nan. Now we're down to 3. Campbell, Forsyth, and Mack coming in next. Campbell out of Ericsdale, Manitoba, CKF Mack. Campbell hasn't won this yet. Got an opportunity this time. Gonna be the luck of the draw. The sticky ones are hard to get around and haven't been successful. Yeah, never mind. Just like that, Campbell. My goodness sakes. Campbell Forsyth. Campbell and CKF Mack, Ericsdale, Manitoba. 246. Not bad for an old feller. That puts him in second place. Campbell Forsyth with that 246. Barry Bremish and Yogi with a 238, currently leading the way. Now we're down to 2. Peter Gonnet and Bob coming in next. Barry Bremish with his second dog will wrap her all up and we'll know who the champion is at that time. 238 to beat. We've only had one time faster than that was Russell Room. This morning in run number 1, he had a 233 on his running time. Had tough luck on his second go here. just a miserable package of sheep. Peter Gonnet and Bob. Just like that, Peter Gonnet successfully pens him. Peter and Bob, that old veteran dog Bob, the veteran handler. 2:12. Oh, the challenge is on. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Moves him to the lead. Now it's up to Barry. 1 to go. 2:12, the leading time. Peter Gonnet and Bob, the old veteran dog, Outlook Saskatchewan. 2:12 puts him into the lead. 1 to go, and then we'll know the champion. Barry's got a crack at it. This is Ranger. He's done really well. Barry Bremish, Deloraine, Manitoba. Going to depend on what the draw is, what the sheep are, how they're feeling when they come out. Barry and Ranger are definitely ready. Here we go. Good job, Barry. Barry Bremish wraps up our Canadian Western Agribition Stock Dog Championship trial. He's not going to win her, but he's had a great representation. 2 dogs into the final. He's going to end up in second and about 4th place unofficial. The time for Barry, 3:30 on the 2 runs. Good run for Barry. We'll get all of our winners out. We're going to do the presentations. We're going to take the pictures. You want to take any pictures, you come on down. We're going to go have a little visit with Peter over here right at the moment, our champion of the 2023 Agribition International Stock Dog Trial. Bear with us for just a moment. We're going to look at that camera up there, Peter. First of all, congratulations on winning the Agribition once again. One thing that I do want to ask you, did Bob win this? Is this the Bob that won in 2014?
Yes, it is.
Same dog. Okay, how old is he?
He's 12, coming 13.
Isn't that amazing? Works cattle, works sheep.
He's had his leg broken, basically unattached. Give me a sec. I just feel so good for this dog. It's not about me, it's about the dogs.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? All of these handlers, and you'll quickly find that they really focus on the dog. They didn't win it, the dog has won this for it. And you can really feel the heart of Peter for his dog, and you can see it in the reaction of the dog. A true champion, not only in the dog Bob, but in Peter Garnett. This, I think, makes 7 times.
I'm not even sure anymore. I'm getting too old.
Well, you got a couple more, and I think you're closing in on what Dale Montgomery has been doing in the winning of this trial. Peter's well on his way. What's your next dog?
Oh, I've got a bunch of real nice young ones coming up. We'll see. So far, they're looking good. I've got some offspring off of Bob that are looking real nice. And I've got a real nice young dog of my wife's that's looking really good. So we've got some good stuff coming.
And you're looking pretty good too. Not, he says for an old guy, isn't that the truth? Peter Garnett, ladies and gentlemen, Agribition International Champion. Thank you. Congratulations. We'll do some picture taking down here with all of our champions. We'll get them back on out and do our presentations. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Saskatchewan Stock Dog Association, myself, Art Unsworth from Maple Creek, we thank you one and all for being part of our Canadian Western Agribition Stock Dog Trial. Enjoy the rest of your time here at Agribition. A lot of good people. Say hi to many. Enjoy your trip home.